discuss safety performance metrics. And before we begin, I want to see who is present from each major party. I'm going to call your party, and please say hi and introduce whoever is on your team. I'll start with myself. My name is Steve Hain. I'm a senior utilities engineer in the risk assessment and safety advisory section, safety analytics section of the safety policy division. And along with me is Fred Haynes, also from my division. He was responsible for the gas portion of the safety performance metrics, where I was responsible for the majority of the remainder of the safety metrics. And let's move on to CalPA.
Thank you, Steve. So Cal Advocates, I'm Chris Parks with Cal Advocates, and I'm also joined by Anna Yang, Tess Medeiros, and Miles Gordon. I believe you may be muted, Steve.
Oh, sorry. Melinda Dickinson. Okay, are you present from PCF?
I am, yes. Hi, thanks.
Sorry, I muted myself.
No worries.
Let's see, you are present in MGRA.
Yes, Joseph Mitchell for MGRA.
Good, thank you. What about PG&E?
Hi, good morning, Steve. Ken Arnold, case manager for the Risk OIR. On the line with me today, I have Hannah Keller. She's the lead for the SPMR report. Tessa Carlberg from our law department, and a number of metric representatives. We may call more people in as needed if necessary.
Okay, thank you. SCE?
This is Dan Komla, regulatory case manager for Southern California Edison, and I'm also joined by other colleagues, subject matter experts, and other regulatory and legal representatives.
Okay, thank you. Sempra Utilities?
Hey, Steve, this is Josh Stewart for Sempra Utilities. Same as PG&E and SE, we have a lot of members from our team that will be participating today from the ERM side and regulatory as well.
Okay, thank you. And Turn?
Katie Morsoni is here, and I will be the lone turn participant.
Okay, thank you. And you can? I think you can here today. Okay, good. Let's move on to talk about schedule. This meeting today will last.
Stephen, I apologize. Chris Fies from SCE and here, and the FD team is here as well. And I apologize. Sorry to interrupt, Stephen.
Okay, no, it's okay. That's perfectly fine. Thank you.
And this is Andrew Graff from Coalition of California Utility Employees. Morning.
Okay. CQ. Okay, good. All right. So let's talk about schedule. The meeting today will be from 10 to 2:30. There will be a 1-hour lunch break at 12 o'clock. So 12 to 1, 1-hour lunch break. And then at 11, we'll have a 5-minute break at 11 a.m. So that's how it will go. And we'll talk about the changes to the safety metrics, and then we'll explain the reasons for the changes. And then I'll also want to pose questions to the utilities as to why they raise some of the objections they had, especially on the wire down events definition. And then your SMEs can then talk about those objections and we can discuss them. And then Fred Haynes will be the subject matter expert on the gas portion of the safety performance metrics. So let me open up a file that shows, and I'll share the screen with you. Just okay. This file, I classified the list of safety performance metrics in this staff proposal that I sent out last night. And so basically I classified them as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, around 10 or 11 categories. And I explained the reasonings for the removals of the safety performance metrics from the list in the other file that I sent last night. So as you can see on this list, we removed many of them from the originally proposed ones. And also I removed 5 of the existing safety performance metrics. And the reasoning for the removal was primarily because they are duplicative of information that is already captured by another safety performance metric. Either that or there is just an erroneous duplication, complete duplication. Now, so when we move to the new proposed metrics that were numbered originally 27 to 45, a whole bunch of them got removed from 28, 29, 31, et cetera, up to 40. Those were removed based on parties' feedback. And we tended to agree with a lot of the comments that parties submitted on June 29th. And so they were removed because of those comments. And we also added 3 SPMs, 18A, 18B, and 46. The 18A and 18B has to do with the potential safety, serious injuries and fatalities. Those were added to align with the safety and operational metrics proposal. And 46 is where I moved the expanded wires down definition into a combined electric overhead conductor safety index metric. So instead of having the expanded wires down definition, which caused a lot of, which resulted in a lot of opposition from the utilities, I decided to revert back to the original IEEE wires down definition, and then use the expanded definition as a newly proposed electric overhead conductor safety index. So we'll have an opportunity to talk about those same 5 conditions that were originally proposed. And I'll have the utility SMEs discuss in detail their objections to those 5 conditions. So the result of these changes is of the original 26, only 21 will remain. And of the original newly proposed metrics from 27 to 46, we deleted 11. And then we added 3 more, 18A, 18B, and 46. So the net result was there will be a net addition of 11 newly proposed metrics. And then combine the 2 together, you have 21 existing plus 11 newly proposed. So the total safety performance metrics that will remain if everything gets adopted will be 32 safety performance metrics. So with that out of the way, I'm going to stop this file and open another file that shows the safety performance metrics proposal. Okay, can you see that on the screen? I just want to make sure that you can see that.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good. So we'll go through these one by one, and we can talk about the objections. As I discussed before, let's see if I can make the screen larger. View full screen. Well, I don't know how to do full screen on Word. So anyway. Okay, as I stated before, the originally proposed expanded wires down metrics, SPM1 and SPM2, they now go back to the original definition of 1 and 2 that were adopted in DN 1904-020. So there will be no change on that. 3, electric emergency response. We changed this definition from the percentage of calls that were responded to within 60 minutes. And we changed that based on CalPA's suggestion to use the same type of metric that was used to measure gas emergency response. So we used that same approach, and we also changed the average time to median time. So this now it measures median time in minutes to respond on site to an electric emergency notification from the time of notification to the time a representative arrives at site on scene. And it uses the same definition that is stated in GO 112E, the gas safety regulation, GO 112F, I'm sorry. So this aligns with safety performance metrics, gas emergency response times, SPM 11. Number 4. Now, feel free to jump in.
Steve.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question on the last one? This is Dan from SCE. So when you say the median time, and I'm not familiar with this report because SCE doesn't have the gas requirement, so we're just looking at that GO 112 language, and it looks like, according to that reference, it's response times in 5-minute intervals segregated by business hours, after business hours, weekends and legal state holidays, and then by division, district, or region in 5-minute intervals up to 40 to 45 minutes, then an interval of 45 to 60, and then greater than 60. So one, I mean, that is a significant amount of data for monthly, for historical and forward, but also just wanted to understand, when you say median time, do you mean the median time in each of those 5-minute intervals, or just want to make sure we're understanding what you're expecting from the data?
That is correct. The intent is to measure the median time within each interval. Maybe I should.
I'm sorry, Steve. This is Fred Haynes. I feel like I need to clarify the intention. This is a fairly new idea. I don't know if I've really discussed it with Steve very well, but the intention is to have a single meet, and the purpose of the reporting the times in increments is not to have a metric on those, but just to see what the breakdown of response times has been, so that when an analyst looks at the one metric of median time and they're noticing a trend, or they want to try to understand what's happening with that median time, they can see, oh, the contribution to the median time increasing is coming from more response times in this longer time bucket, or whatever it would be. So, so that's really the intention, is to have a single metric of the median response time. But the additional information would be information only. It wouldn't be a metric that's tracked. It would just be additional data to help understand how that median time occurred.
Okay, thanks, Fred. That's very helpful. Dan, well, given what Fred has just explained, what is your reaction on that?
Maybe just to make sure I understood it correctly. So for instance, and I'm just making this number up, we would say the median time for us is 33 minutes. And so we would provide that, you know, on a monthly basis as we have that data. And then we would also provide, like in an appendix, the underlying data that how we got to that 34 in those increments.
Yeah, that's the idea. That's the proposed idea, yes.
Hey, this is Rick Haynes from SDG&E. So given what Dan just said and Fred, what you just kind of confirmed, are then we required to provide that appendix of information, or is the requirement just to provide that one, that median time monthly? What is the actual requirement?
Yeah, our proposal is that the underlying data in those increments be provided as a supplement. If you want to put that in an appendix, that would be perfectly fine. But yeah, it's not, that data is not being tracked. It's just there as an informational supplement. And I'm happy to receive everyone's feedback. I already heard that that is for at least some of the electric operators, large data gathering burden. So I'm open to hearing that feedback about this proposal.
Okay, great. Thanks. I'm sorry. I just kind of wanted to determine whether it was being set out as a requirement or if it's basically an option to include if we felt it necessary to include.
Well, I think, you know, if we don't make it a requirement, then it would have to be up to the commission analyst, if they're noticing a trend in median time, to then make a data request.
Right.
So I think as it stands, the idea is to not have to have a data request, but to just provide that supplemental data.
Thank you.
But yeah, you're welcome to respond and comment.
And maybe that actually brings up a good point, Steve, and I'm probably getting a little ahead of myself here. Will there be an opportunity to provide either informal or formal comments on this, or is this kind of the working group, is the session before a PD or anything like that?
This is the last session on SPM TWG meeting. We've already had two, this is what, the second meeting. So this meeting right now is the final meeting before it goes to the PD.
Okay,
so
thank you.
There won't be another meeting. There is no time left really to receive any comments either formally or informally. So this is
Steve, this is Ken Arnold from PG&E, and I just want to jump in here. You know, a recurring theme maybe today, maybe you know, we're checking on this, and I think our electric team is kind of considering this change. But I would just represent that I think we're more comfortable at this time with the definition, the percentage of time that was previously proposed.
okay.
Hey, Steve, this is Josh with Sempra. We would agree with PG&E on that.
Okay.
Let me see. This is Chris Parks with Cal Advocates. So if the utilities are, if a utility, an electric utility is saying that this would be a burden, I would be interested to understand how it would be a different burden or a greater burden than what the utilities, the gas utilities are doing when they complete this information for GO-112F.
This is Dan from SE. I think when I was just mentioning it was just that it was a lot more data than was previously provided. I wouldn't necessarily call it burdensome. We just wanted to make sure we understood kind of what the intent was. And thank you, Fred, for giving that additional background. And so I think, if it's really just providing that median time and having the underlying data to support it, I don't necessarily consider that burdensome. So just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
One other small little just clarification, since this is kind of our last opportunity. I think the previous definition was very specific to 911 calls. And so I know we now have it as electric emergency notifications. And I don't know if that's a consistent term among the IOUs, and we haven't had a chance to interact with the SMEs that are in charge of this metric because of the timing of this TWG. So I just want to make sure that we have a clear definition of what the type of calls this is supposed to measure.
What if I change this to 911 calls right now? Would that? Yeah, I think
that would be preferred by SE.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that would be preferred by SDG&E as well. It makes it a little bit more consistent with the previous definition, and I know we do collect it based upon 911 information.
So this is Chris with Cal Advocates. I'm curious what is the standard for gas, because I can imagine whether it's a gas leak or whether it's a line down, that the public may actually call the utility directly. I think that's one of the things that utilities encourage customers, ratepayers to do. If you notice this, give us a call. And so in that event, then I'm not sure that it would end up as a 911 call. Or if how utilities track 911 calls, since they don't receive the calls directly, they may get indirect calls. So I'd just be curious, is 911 the standard for gas? It seems it would make sense that the standard for electric should be, unless there's a reason not to use the same standard that's used for gas leaks or gas concerns that people address, in which case then the utility gets a call and then it needs to dispatch it whether or not 911 personnel are dispatched or not.
Is there such a thing as an electric emergency response that the utilities have? As we originally stated in the definition? This question is for the utilities.
Yeah, this is Rick Haynes from SDG&E.
Electric emergency notification.
Right. We do, and if someone from our data team for electric emergency response is online, that'd be great, so please correct me. I'm not the expert, but I believe we get transmissions from 911, and then we dispatch from that, and so they get coded as emergency notifications coming from 911. That's on the electric side, and that's as far as I'm going to go with that. And then on the gas side, Chris, I believe you're correct. We do get calls from customers, and again, this is for the gas people from SDG&E or SoCal Gas. Please correct me if I'm wrong in this. The call may come in and it might be determined after we respond. If it comes in from a customer, let's say, it might be determined afterwards that it wasn't an actual gas emergency. So I'll just kind of leave it there and let others more informed about it.
I think Chris actually made a good point on that. If the call came in directly to the utility's emergency response number, it may not have gone through 911 at all. So we do want to capture that in this metric.
This is Chris Baker with SoCalGas. So that is correct. I mean, 911 is only one of the avenues that is reached to notify an emergency call to our call center. But I mean, it could come, potentially from another utility calling it into our call center, or it could even be from someone calling a field supervisor. There's so many different ways that an emergency call gets routed through our call center to get dispatched.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to leave it the way that it was stated in the proposal I sent out last night. And I won't change it to 911. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Fire ignitions, let's see, we removed mention of power line involved because there's certain presumption in it. And it was one of the utilities objected to the explicit statement of power line involved. So we agree with that. So we deleted that from the definition of this metric. And we also removed all these largely extraneous wordings. And so we trimmed this metric down based on suggestion from SDG&E. And we agree with the suggestion. Can we move on? Any feedback on that? Okay, next one, gas dig-ins. Fred, you want to talk about that? So basically, it's a minor change to remove extraneous wording, no major change. So we remove the mention of third-party dig-in, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, there really isn't any radical alteration. The wording changes were suggested by some of the utilities in their comments, and that sounded very appropriate and reasonable. So we're basically just going with the recommended wording. And I think it's pretty clear. It just helps clarify just what we're talking about. What is a dig-in?
Okay, good.
I think someone added the language excludes fiber and electric tickets. I believe that's referring to, USA tickets. That makes sense. This is only focused on what's going on with gas dig-ins and tickets that are issued to alert a fiber utility or an electric utility only. I don't know why that would be included, so we're excluding it, unless somebody wants to clarify why we should include those.
Okay. Okay, does anyone have any feedback? If not, we'll move on to the next one.
I actually have a question on that one point about fiber and electric tickets. So I'm not sure if I completely understand what the fiber and electric tickets. I mean, would that exclude, for example, if there were a, fiber and electric ticket, is that like a fiber and electric dig-in or work, or because I can imagine that there's fiber work being done, there's electric work being done, and then it ends up with a gas dig-in event. So I'm just wondering, this would not exclude, gas dig-ins that are caused by fiber or electric work, would it?
Well, I could be wrong, but my understanding would be that when we're talking about a ticket, the ticket is what the underground service alert service issues to a utility. So the process, as I understand it, is the contractor calls USA and say, I'm going to do an excavation in this area. And USA looks through their database and sees where, what utilities have services in that area. So they would issue tickets, only to those utilities that are known to have a infrastructure within that area. So they're, and maybe I'm misunderstanding this, so I welcome people on the call to correct me, but that's my understanding. So if the underground service alert does not find there's a gas utility in the area of the excavation activity, they will not issue a ticket to the gas utility. They'll only issue tickets to those utilities that have known facilities in the construction area. So how am I doing, all you guys, experts? Am I right?
Correct.
So I think the reason for excluding it is that if the ticket was not issued back to the to the utility to tell them to mark their line, then the gas utility never has a chance to go out and do something about preventing the dig-in, because the contractor did what they're supposed to do, USA did what they're supposed to do, the utility did what they're supposed to do. So if a dig-in happens in that case, it would be because the underground service alert system somehow has a flaw. And maybe that should be captured. I don't know what the right answer is in this case.
This is Ryan, if I may. I'm Ryan with SoCalGas, and so to answer, I believe it was Chris's question, those dig-ins would be included in this metric if there was fiber work going on or electric work and they dug into a gas line. That would absolutely be included. I think the point to saying the fiber and electric here is that when we're talking about the dividing factor in this equation, which is the total number of tickets, we're saying only those tickets that were for gas, not the ones that were just for fiber or electric. So we don't want to double count tickets, if you will.
Okay, so you're saying it would get counted, and you're saying that when you compute the number of gas dig-ins by a party divided by the number of tickets, you're not going to be counting fiber and electric tickets for that denominator, if I understand.
Right, because there's electric companies that just get electric tickets, and if they're electric and gas company, they'll also get a gas ticket. Typically, it's kind of high level how it works.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. That I hadn't borne that in mind, but for instance, San Diego Gas and Electric would get a gas ticket and an electric ticket for the same construction project, for the same projected work. So yeah, you would be double counting 2 tickets for the same job, essentially. And you're saying
potentially depending on how the utility gets their tickets and splits their tickets, or it could just be one ticket for both scenarios. But I think if it's a utility that, in the example you gave, gives 2 different tickets, one ticket is located by a fiber technician, and a different ticket for that same excavation goes to the gas locator for that ticket, then you wouldn't want to count both tickets. You'd only count one ticket for gas.
Okay. All right. Any other thoughts on this particular metric? If not, we can move on to the next one. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Gas inline inspection, and the change made here is we added percentage to the metric in addition to the number of inspections. Okay, no question on this one. No change on number 7. And
sorry, Steve. Sorry, this is Rick Haynes, SDG&E. Could you go back to the inline number 6? Yes, thank you. So as far as this metric is concerned, it looks like we're looking then for 2 data points, both total miles and percentage. Is that correct understanding?
That's my understanding. Fred, correct me if I'm correct.
Incorrect. No, that's right. It's actually two separate metrics, 2 numbers.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Okay, no change on number 7. And 8 and 9, we just changed the.
Sorry, can I go back? This is Melinda from Protect Our Communities. Can I go back to number 6?
Yes, sure.
Is that the total number of inspections performed?
Total number of inspections performed
is somewhere included in this one the percentage of the total miles? The percentage inspected by ILI of the total miles that could have been inspected by ILI? Or is that not
let's see.
covered here?
The way I understand it is it's a total inspected of all total inspected relative to all transmission pipelines, and not just ILI, not just those that are capable of being ILI. So I want to clarify that the denominator in this is, the numerator is number of miles inspected by ILI, but the denominator is the total number of miles of transmission lines, no distinction between those that can be or cannot be ILI. Fred, do you agree?
Okay, so
Fred, do you agree?
I guess it seems a little bit ambiguous, but that explanation makes sense, I think.
Yeah, no, what Steve explained the proposal correctly. It would just be the miles inspected divided by the total transmission pipeline miles. As a metric. Yeah.
So where does the ILI come in?
Well, this metric, we're saying, first of all, tell us the miles inspected by inline inspection. And that number, can be trended from year to year. We can see how that metric is changing. And then as a kind of a reference point, well, how does that number of miles compare to the total miles available of total pipe in your system? And I think, Melinda, you were making a distinction about whether maybe the denominator instead should be the percent ILI versus number of miles that could be ILI. But there's, I don't think that's as helpful of a metric. There's no minimum mandate for how many should be done. What portion of your system should be done in a year. So
you're basically.
I'm open to hearing people's. Go ahead.
So the proposal is the denominator is total transmission pipeline miles.
Right.
That's, I guess, what I was seeking clarification on.
Yeah, and I mean that number is also, I think, useful in comparing year to year. You can say, hey, do we do a larger number of our system this year as opposed to last year? Do we do a smaller number?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That clears it up for me.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to 8 and 9. We changed average time to median time. I had some discussion with Fred Haynes, and we felt that changing to median time would give a more meaningful measure to these two metrics. Okay, any questions on that?
And that's consistent with GO112F reporting, correct?
Correct.
Well, it's consistent to, I mean, GO112F, the subsection there is the one that says, report times in these specific time increments. For this SPM, as we mentioned earlier, the metric itself is just the median time.
Got it.
But that the type of information reported by GO112 would be supplemental, just be, for information only, just to help understand what's going on in this category.
Right. Thanks, Fred.
Yeah, we're talking about number 8, is that right? Or what
Yes.
are we?
8 and 9. 8 and 9.
8 and 9. Okay, I'm not sure if this is what we were commenting on at one point, but I think it's helpful to have the median and the average, because then you get a sense of what the outliers are, or whether there are outliers, and whether there's because I would imagine oftentimes it's the outliers that have a real impact. So I know that in our comments at one point we were recommending including the averages as well as medians. I don't know if you'd be open to considering that.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing that particular input. I apologize if that was overlooked.
I do recall, Melinda, I do recall reading your input suggesting having average in addition to median, not necessarily specifically on these two metrics, but I do recall that comment from one of the comments. Okay, we had to kind of make a decision to balance between having too many metric data points versus having meaningful metrics, because ultimately someone from the CPUC has to spend a lot of time evaluating the data. And so we have to make a choice as to whether or not we want to have too many metrics versus a set of metrics that we can reasonably evaluate within a reasonable amount of time. So it's a judgment
That's understandable. And I guess and you're right, it was not on with respect to these, and it's probably less important on these, but maybe I'll bring it up again on depending on if you guys have changed. I haven't looked ahead, sorry, so I'll wait till we get to the point.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, let's move on. So we took care of 8 and 9. No change on number 10, cross-board intrusions. Number 11, gas emergency response. We just talked about that on the electric emergency response, and I assume that there's no additional comment on that. Okay, let's move on to the next one. No change on number 12. Gas storage baseline assessments performed. No change on that. 13 is the one that we decided to remove because it duplicates SPM number 7. 13 says gas pipelines that can be internally inspected, and number 7 is gas inline inspection upgrade, which refers to miles upgraded to permit inline inspections. So it's essentially the same metric. Measure is essentially the same thing.
But I guess that's kind of what I was getting at. I don't know if the way that the clarification was provided, I'm not sure if it is the same metric, because isn't this one saying how many of the total pipeline miles can be internally inspected? In other words, some of them can't be internally inspected, I would imagine. Isn't that still the case? I don't see these as a duplicate, I guess.
Technically, you're absolutely correct. They are not identical. And I would argue that and I would argue that 13 may even be more useful than number 7 if we decide to choose between either 13 or 7.
Well, I think they're both actually really useful. I would suggest not deleting this one and keeping both of them, because it gives you different information, and both pieces of information I think are helpful.
Okay. I'm actually starting to lean towards agreeing with you on that, Melinda.
Well, thank you.
Steve, maybe if we do both of these, it might be more helpful to group them under number 7 and look like 7A, 7B. So it's a little easier for everybody to see that there is a difference between these two. And I think there's another metric where we did, we want the total and the percentage. So I think what we're looking at is we want to see the total miles that can be inspected and the percentage of those to the total pipeline in the system, right?
Yeah. Okay. As far as combining them, that's something I'll keep in mind. But I agree with Melinda that that this should not have been removed. So this will be now this will be now put back into the active list. Okay.
Hey, Steve, this is Ken. When we have a moment, can we jump back to number 11? I think one of our experts wanted to talk a little bit about emergency response time.
Okay. Hold on a second, please. Let me make some changes on that. Okay, go ahead, Ken.
Okay, I'm going to look to Adrian Reynolds to talk a little bit about this one. It seems like she's having some, you may be double muted, Adrian. I've had that problem before, both on the phone and in the app. Maybe that helps. It sounds like we're having some technical issues, Steve. So potentially we'll come back to that one.
Okay. This is Adrian. Can you hear me now?
We can, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So our concern here with moving from average emergency response time to median is that the average time is benchmarkable through AGA. I don't believe median response time is.
Sorry, we didn't quite hear what you said. It wasn't benchmarkable in what way?
Through AGA.
Oh, so American Gas Association has a standard for emergency response that's expressed in average time?
That's correct.
Well, our reason to change this to median was just to line up with the other categories of response times that we're expressing in median, and that overall we thought median was a better expression of what was happening. I don't think there's anything preventing you from continuing to calculate the average time in the way that AGA has defined it. But I'm certainly open to everyone chiming in on what they think about this metric.
That was just the PG&Es. What about the other utilities? What are your thoughts on that? Okay. Fred and I would discuss this offline after this meeting. But at this time, I tend to think that we'll keep the median. Okay, let's move on. 14. Okay, 14, we're deleting this because SPM 17 captures essentially the same information, whereas 14 is the number, the total number, whereas 17 is the rate. So in this case, we're more interested in the rate of serious injuries and fatalities actual for employees than the actual number, because one of the guiding principles we have in the safety performance metrics development is that they be benchmarkable. And so in that sense, the rate information is much more useful than the actual count. And it is for that reason that we decided to remove number 14 and keep number 17 instead. Any thoughts on that?
This is Dan from SCE. I think we're supportive of the, 17, 18, 18A, and 18B. Maybe just one little kind of nuanced thing, and then just a clarifying question here. I don't know if we want to make 18A, 17A, so you have the rate actual employee, rate potential employee is one kind of metric, and then 18, you'd have 18 and 18A would be rate of CIF actual contractor and rate of CIF potential contractor, just more of a grouping thing.
Okay, those numbers will all be changed when we do the final proposal, because these are just, these are 18A, 18B, etc. These are now just numbered for simplicity to refer back to the previous list. But when we submit the final proposal to the judge, they will all be numbered sequentially, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., etc.
Okay, thanks. And then the only other thing I had for the rate of potentials is the additional requirement. Just a question on that. It's possible that we have, tens of potentials each year. And so in order to provide like lessons learned from each event could be a significant amount of extra language in the narrative. And so we were wondering if maybe that could be phrased more like of key lessons learned or things like that, just to not have to necessarily provide a more of a detailed explanation for each individual event.
This is Ben. I think we'd be open to propose revisions to that. That was added from a comment on that Turn had. So we added about like adding the additional narrative information. So I'd be open to some, or we'd be open to some alternative refinement on that. Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And let's see. Okay, 15. No change on 15. 16. Let's see.
Excuse me, Stephen.
Yes, go ahead. Who is this?
Can we go? This is Juan Mora from SoCal Gas. Can we go back to 13 and 7?
13 and 7.
Yes.
Okay.
So the question I have, first of all, is the metric would be total miles and percent of system that are piggable, correct? Not the portion on top.
So 7. Okay, let's go back to 7.
Yeah.
7 is total number of miles that have been upgraded annually to allow ILI.
Okay. And then 13.
13 is the percentage, the current percentage of your entire transmission miles that can be pigged, that is piggable.
Okay. Wouldn't that be a double count of sorts, right? If you're seeing the trend increase over time, if it wasn't piggable before, and now you're seeing the number of miles that can be pigged increase over time, wouldn't that in essence be doing what 7 is doing, or what the data that 7 is requesting?
No, I mean 7 is an annual number that shows your upgrade. So every year you upgrade to make your transmission lines piggable. So there can be variations from year to year. 13 would show a trend. So it's always going to be increasing. It will always be a trend. And the trend will show up or down. You're partially correct. The trend will somewhat mirror the incremental changes in 7. But I guess from Melinda's feedback is there is the value in having the information to separate information on both.
And Steve, we should insert the word annual in the definition for 7 then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then for 13, nothing will be crossed out under the description, right? The ratio where it says the ratio of transmission pipe miles that can be inspected internally to all transmission pipeline miles. And then there's a portion that's underlined. Is one a change over the other, or will that all remain? Because that, yeah.
Yeah,
if I
that's
could just get some
suggesting there's
clarity on that.
two separate numbers, but it should just be saying we're looking at the percentage. So the number really should just be the percentage of system that is. And that's just like Steve said, that's the running percentage. So if you add some in the year, then your percentage is going to be more. If you add more in the next year, your percentage is going to be more. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It looks like that would be two separate numbers under 13, unless we were to just remove total miles. Or maybe we want to keep it and we want to know that total mile number.
I think it's helpful to have the total miles.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't want to just, to just track if the percentage increases just because they keep adding miles. That would be a different scenario than upgrading.
Well, but upgrades would be increasing your mileage, right? Whether you add a new pipeline or you retrofit the pipeline to enable the use of the tool, those two activities would.
But you don't need to necessarily add miles of your total system.
No, we wouldn't, right? So like, let's just say, yeah, I don't know if you're asking a question, so why don't I let you finish?
Oh no, I was just saying it would be nice to just leave it as it is. I think the way that it is on the screen right now works well.
Yeah, the way it is on the screen right now, there are actually two numbers that will be reported. One is the total miles, the other one is a percentage of the system that is pickable. So, and that's our SPD's preferred approach. Okay, I promised you guys that we'll have a 5-minute break at the hour. So let's take a 5-minute break and come back at 11:07, please. All right, we're back. Okay, we all back? Okay, let's move on to 14. 14 is deleted because it offers the same information as SPM 17. And as we talked about before, we're interested in the rate. So since it offers the same information, essentially, we decided to remove 14. Are you guys back? Or am I talking to a vacuum?
I hear you.
Okay, good.
I'm back.
I'm here too.
Stephen, I wanted to mention too on number 7, PG&E is only listed, but I think that would also apply to SDG&E and SoCalGas as well.
7. Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you. Okay, 15, no change. 16, 16 applied to PG&E, and it's employee lost workday case rate, and PG&E suggested that it be deleted because the same information is captured in 15, employee days away, restricted, and transfer rate. So we agree with PG&E on that and decided to remove number 16. Any objection from any of the interveners? Okay, hearing none, let's move on. 17. 17, we changed the definition of what is a SIF to align with the Edison Electrical Institute's definition at the suggestion of a couple of the utilities.
This is Katie from Turn. I was hoping that maybe you or one of the electrical utilities could just explain quickly the meaning of the kind of what the meaningful difference between the EEI and OSHA definitions are, just so I have a better understanding.
This is Ben. So I guess we could just compare them next to each other. I don't have them up in front of me, but the OSHA ones it's just the occurrence of a it's in statute. I don't remember exactly what it says, but it's like if you're seriously injured or killed at the workplace, it counts. And then the EEI one uses a 14-point test that looks at the causes of it. And one of the reasons we wanted to switch to EEI is because it syncs up with the SIF potential. So it's if you have Cal OSHA as SIF actual and then EEI as SIF potential, they don't line up. And one of the reasons we want to do that is because if you just collect SIF actuals, they appear to be just like kind of random, and you don't get like the underlying predictor or things that lead up to the SIF actuals. It's just like, it takes years and years to get any meaningful trend, if ever, because they appear to be statistically random because they're so infrequent. So we kind of wanted to line up the precursors to SIFs with SIFs using the same methodology. Does that help? And I can send you the different definitions. I have them on
No,
paper here.
that is totally sufficient. I was just kind of wondering what the import of the change was, and that makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey,
Any
Steve,
other-
this is Josh with Semper Utilities. We actually would still like to push back on the change from the OSHA to the EI definition. We believe that the definition is more extensive, and it would cause some inconsistent reporting for both utilities. And one thing I did want to note is that SoCalGas actually does not participate in the EI benchmarking efforts. So those were just some of the comments that we wanted to make sure we're aware.
So I did get your guys' response to the question, and I'm sympathetic to that issue. So maybe we should have a follow-up conversation about how to work that out. Like, I don't know if maybe there's a ramp up period for it, or if maybe there's some alternative way. Because I know SoCal, as I understood it, I think you guys use also are interested in SIF potential, but you guys don't use the EEI one, you use the DECRA one. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe there's some way we can figure that out, because it's the same. I mean, you guys see the same issue with wanting to understand the underlying drivers of it. So I don't know if we can maybe be able to work something out. Like we should probably have a side conversation.
Okay, sounds good, Ben. We look forward to it.
Okay, 18 is the same as the change in 18 is the same as the change in 17. So, okay. All right, 18A and 18B, two new ones, and they talk about potential SIFs, and they are expressed in terms of rates. And we added these two new SPMs to align with the safety and operational metrics proposal, which includes those two metrics.
Hey, Steve, this is Josh again. I just wanted to add a comment that SoCalGas and SDG are still in their early phases of tracking the SIF potential. And so we don't really have that data right now, and we're still in the early phases. So I just would like for SPD to know that.
Okay. This is always the case that we are only requiring the utilities to submit data that they have, and the requirement is that you start to collect data moving forward. And so if you don't have the data, you don't have the data to present. So that's understandable.
Perfect. Sounds good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, can I ask you a question about the SIF potentials?
Yeah.
So you mentioned that they align with the safety and operational metrics. Are those going to remain safety and operational metrics, or are they now going to become SPMs?
Both. I think both.
No, we're gonna take them out. We're taking SIF potential out of the safety and operational metrics based on. So it was originally a PG&E in the PG&E proposal. We thought it made sense, but then you guys raised the issue about having SIF potentials be associated with enforcement, and then PG&E ended up agreeing with you all. And initially we thought if PG&E had sufficient controls on their reporting to be able to report accurately SIF potential without having without the enforcement element impacting the reporting, then that would have been fine. But they came around and agreed with y'all, and so I think it makes sense to just move them to SPMs and not have them in the safety and operational metrics.
Got it. So these will be safety performance metrics. The number is not an indicator necessarily that of poor performance, because in some cases reporting of SIF potentials may prevent the actual SIF. So, but it will be reported that way. The information will be available across all utilities. That makes a lot of sense.
Well, they are, a SIF potential incident is a life-threatening incident, so a dangerous event occurred. So yeah, I mean, but you learn from it. So that's the main thing. Yeah.
So I recall, for example, I think one of the examples that PG&E may have given at one point was a SIF potential reporting where a supervisor was observing that I don't know, someone may have not been, it's hard to know exactly. It was like not following procedure or something like that. And so it was a positive sign that the supervisor was reporting this so that it could be identified and corrected. And so it was, in some ways, it was a very positive thing for folks to report that. And that way it could then be used to, identify opportunities to prevent the SIF, like you're saying. So, because I believe that in some cases, PG&E in some of its corrective action plan or CAP program, it encouraged from the top down staff to report things and trying to get more things reported so that everyone could have those lessons learned. So in that sense, I guess an increasing number of those might be having a more attentive culture of staff reporting concerns, I guess. But anyway, I get the picture. This is now no longer a SOM, it's now a performance metric. Okay, thank you.
Okay, 18B, it's inserted for the same reason. We removed it from SOMs and placed it into SPM. 19, no change. And 20, we deleted it because SPM 18 offers the same information in rates, as I mentioned before. '21, we are deleting this because PG&E suggested that the information is already captured by the DART metric SPM 19. Give me a second, please. I'm looking at 21. I'm having second thoughts about removing 21 because whereas 19, SPM 19 applied specifically to PG&E, 21 applies to all 4 utilities. If we remove this because it overlaps some of the information captured by 19 for PG&E, we would be removing it for everyone else, which we shouldn't have be removing. So I'm having second thoughts on this. Maybe I'll reverse my decision on removing 21. So yes, even though it duplicates some of the information for PG&E, for the other utilities, that is not the case. Okay, so we are not removing 21. Sorry about that. I should have caught that earlier. And likewise for, let's see the other one. Likewise for 15. Let's see, 15.
Steve, I think one of our experts for enterprise health and safety, Susan Colborn, is trying to talk. Again, Susan, you might be double muted. You have to mute yourself on the phone and in the app.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. And actually, I'm kind of following the conversation. We did ask to remove the lost work days metric because we also track DART when it comes to our contractor workforce. But I do understand the thinking. It appears that we're the only ones doing DART. And so I agree that if the other utilities are not currently doing DART, you'd certainly want to keep track of this type of metric in some way.
Yes, okay. So actually 15, there's a mislabeling there. It shouldn't be for the other utilities. It's 16 that is for the other utilities, correct?
Susan, I just wanted to ask if we're keeping 21, is there a reason to keep 19?
Yeah, thank you, Ken. And that's also a good question. Can we remove DART then to be on the contractor side of our metrics to be consistent with the other utilities, since we're the only utility currently tracking that?
I think it makes sense. Is there any objection from the interveners?
I have a question. Are the other utilities not tracking DART?
This is Dan from SCE. So in the previous SPMRs, the list, SCE did have to report on 15, but not 16. And I would have to check with our SMEs if we had a preference between the DART or lost workday. But my initial feeling is we would continue to like to report on 15 as opposed to 16.
Yeah, this is SDG&E, and we reported on 15 as well.
Yeah, this is Susan. We're talking about contractor, I believe.
15 and 16 are employees. So for SCE and SEMPRA, you report on DART or 16?
SDG&E reports on DART number 15. We were not reporting on number 16.
Okay.
Same for Edison, SCE.
Okay, so no change. Let's see. So remove that. So in other words, no change on 15 and no change on 16. Let's see.
Well, this is Susan again, and kind of the same reasoning around the contractor metrics of both DART and lost workday. If we're the only utility reporting lost workdays on the employee side, can we have that one removed to be consistent with the discussion around the contractor metrics?
I think it makes sense. Yeah, I tend to agree with that, unless the interveners object. Okay, let's remove 16. Okay, 22. And so that applies to 19 also, PG&E?
Yes, that's correct.
No objection from the interveners?
My question is, does 19 then apply to all the utilities?
19 doesn't, let's see. Does 19 apply to SE and Sempra? Currently?
No.
No. Sorry, I think we both answered no there.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
So
but
21.
PG&E was
21
the
does.
only utility that was reporting on 19 in any case.
So my question would be if 21 is removed, then maybe 19 should be.
21 is removed. 21 is not removed.
21 is not removed. Okay. Okay. So I guess, not being, detailed about this at this point in time, I'm just curious if using the DART is being used for employees rather than lost work days, would it make sense for the DART to be used for contractors rather than lost work days to be consistent? But I don't know the answer to that question, what the trade-offs are with that.
Any thoughts on this from the utilities? Any thoughts on this to address Chris Park's question?
Rick, this is Ray with SDG&E. Do you want me to take that one for contractors?
Yeah, if you don't mind, Ray, thanks.
Yeah. So contractors at SDG&E, we track DART as well. I think it's a more meaningful metric. So I say we keep it consistent with employee, and we would track DART at SDG&E instead of the lost workday case rate.
What about Sempra?
Sorry, Steve, that was SDG&E.
SCE, sorry about that.
Subject to check here. I'm trying to ping some of our SMEs on the side. This is Dan from SCE. I think we would support DART for both.
Okay. Sorry, PG&E, we're keeping 19.
And this is Susan. Are we also keeping lost work days for contractor then, or where are we on that one?
We are removing that because if you're reporting on DART, then the same information is already captured during 21. Okay. Okay, 22, no change. 23, no change.
I have a quick, maybe relatively quick question on 23, just since the utilities are here. A helicopter flight accident or incident is captured here. Any incident which could involve like public aircraft, hitting a utility line, or whether it's a contractor doing work for a utility, or whether it's employee doing aviation work for a utility. Am I, just for clarity, I don't know if utilities can say, if they can tell me just while we're here, that would also be captured here, all those different types are captured here. Do I understand it correctly?
So this is Dan from SCE. I can take that one. So 23 would be a helicopter flight accident or incident involving either employee or contractors. If the public would, hit one of our lines and it would result in a SIF, that would be part of number 22. Also, if our employee or contractors resulted in a SIF from those accidents or incidents, that would also be included in our SIF rate or SIF counts. And if it was a potential incident that didn't actually result in a SIF but involved a helicopter or flight, then that would also be included in our potential SIFs. So I think we have basically all the scenarios covered between metrics 22, 23, and the employee and contractor SIF metrics.
Okay, and just to be, so what I'm reading here is it says aviation safety, helicopter operations, public safety, worker safety, employee safety. Public safety, so a public aircraft that hits a transmission line or something like that, would it fall under here or not?
If the public is operating the aircraft, it would fall under 22. If the utility employee or contractor working for the utility would crash and for some reason the public was involved, that would I think that's why the public safety aspect is in 23 as well. Yeah, that our aviation could potentially cause some injuries or things to the public.
Yeah, Chris, this is Rick Haynes from SDG&E. So maybe just to say it another way, these aviation incidents are incidents that occur as a result of, again, an employee pilot of ours or a contractor pilot. And then, like Dan mentioned, any injuries or serious injuries or fatalities resulting from a member of the general public running into, flying into our lines would be captured in the public serious injuries and fatalities section. Because obviously we don't know how many hundred thousands of hours the public are flying.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, 24, no change. 25, no change. 26 changed because PG&E no longer uses the driver check term, and so we changed the term to now driver call complaint rate. Okay, so now let's move on to the newly proposed metrics.
Steve, just really quickly, I apologize for this. Can we jump back to 22 really quickly?
Okay.
Right. I think and Susan's going to help me out here a little bit, but I think when we talked about the public serious injury and fatality metric, I think our comments talked about modifying this metric so that it represents incidents kind of outside of PG&E control. Susan, is that right?
Yes, Ken. Yeah, thank you. That's correct. We are continuing to look at this metric and the risk associated with it and really scope it to things that are in our control. That's correct.
I'm not entirely clear on what has just been stated. What is meant by you're looking into this metric? Can you give more explanation to describe what is the process, what is involved in that?
It's really understanding each incident that involves a member of the public, what happened, and their interaction with one of our facilities. As an example, a third-party landscaper not associated with us accidentally makes contact with an electrical line and it causes a serious injury or fatality.
So who makes the determination as to who is responsible?
We have a risk master database, and our law department reviews them along with our enterprise health and safety organization.
So from SPD's perspective is we are concerned with having the utilities decide who decide whether or not an incident was caused by a third party. So supposing a third party initiates an incident, what if there is some contributory factor on the utility side that contributed to the incident? For example, let's take an example of a vehicle, a third party vehicle, lightly bumping into a heavily rotten power pole. The power pole would not have fallen but for the fact that that third-party vehicle slightly bumped into that power pole. But the power pole wouldn't have fallen if it had been maintained well. So if PG&E decides that it was initiated by a third party, then PG&E could essentially escape scrutiny on its poor maintenance of that power pole. So we have concern with that.
Understand the concerns. Understand, absolutely.
Yep, Steve, I think we hear what you're saying and we can live with as written.
Okay.
Yeah, just quickly, I right now the language does not include anything about whether or not the incident is under utility control or not. It's just electric. It's just utility infrastructure. So it makes sense to me to leave the language as it is for those reasons.
All right, 24, 25, no change. Oh, dude, we just talked about those. Sorry. 27, median time to correct inspection findings by priority levels or grades. We previously expressed this in terms of tiers, quote unquote, tiers and grades, and those were very unspecific. And at the suggestion of the utilities, we are now changing this definition to priority levels as specified in General Order 95, Rule 18 for electric. And for gas metric, grades are referring to leak grades, the leak grading system within the utility's internal grading standard. So that hopefully will resolve any ambiguities that were previously included in this metric.
And this is Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities, and this is the one, I don't have any problem with the changes. It looks like you were also combining the 28 and 27 in essence on this one. But this is the one, what's that?
Oh, we're actually removing 28, but we can talk about it later. But let's concentrate on 27 for now.
Well, this 27 was the one that I thought was really important to get both the median and the average, or at least some way to have metrics about that show the outliers, because the outliers are what really impact the system from in so many different ways. And so I think that the average on this one is probably the most critical one to have the average on, in addition to the median.
Okay. Okay, question for the utilities. Would that cause you significant heartburn to provide both sets of data, median and average?
In general, this is Dan from SE. I don't think so. I would just note, though, that I think, there's a couple metrics that seem to be getting at very similar things. So number 27 is median time to correct GO95. And then if you look, metrics 41, 42, and 43 are kind of very similar, like the number of work orders for GO95 that were completed on time in HFTD and non-HFTD. And then 43 is priority 2 that were completed on time. So I think there may be an opportunity to at least hopefully condense a couple of these into maybe 1 or 2 metrics to get really at maybe what we're looking for. And is that just average time to complete the work orders versus, maybe just percentage that were overdue or something like that? I think there might be an opportunity there.
I disagree with this suggestion. And let me go, okay, I'll explain that. Let's see, 27 and then 40. If you had to choose, okay, this is a question for utilities. If you had to choose between 27 or 41 and 42, which would you prefer to keep?
SE would prefer 27.
Separate utilities agree with SE. We'd prefer to keep 27.
PG&E would agree with that.
What about interveners? Would the interveners object if we deleted the backlog metrics, 40, 41, and 42? Because they essentially get at mostly the same kind of information. Would the interveners object to that, removing 41 and 42 and keeping just 27?
This is Chris with Cal Advocates. So we agree with keeping 27. We also, when we get down to 41, we expected to have a discussion about 41, in particular about what actually will be this, what would be the scope of 41. So perhaps we could weigh in on that if we get down to 41, unless you want to wish us to discuss it at this moment.
Let's discuss this at this moment. I'll go back to 28 and 29 later, after we finish with this.
Okay. This is this metric, it gets at backlogs, or is labeled backlog, and it talks about to correct GO95 and 49 CFR Part 192 infractions. In our comments during the course of the technical working groups, Cal Advocates has advocated for backlog metrics to provide insight and data on backlogs for maintenance, backlogs for work that needs to get done. We're aware that there's been some reports, I believe, in other proceedings, and we could get into perhaps more details on that, or utilities may have it, where a certain level of work was not done, whether it was doing some kind of climbing of towers, whether it was vegetation management, where it was addressing corrosion. And these may go beyond even some of the general orders that the commission may have, either in electric or gas. For example, underground storage, there's corrosion that can happen with wells, and typically the commission does not do that enforcement or inspection of those assets. However, they are utility assets. They must be maintained by the utility. The commission generally has an obligation to look at those programs in rate cases, in ramps. And so that's information that is not necessarily going to be specific in a general order. It may not be under jurisdiction of the commission. So Cal Advocates advocates that there be metrics to capture this information because it may not exist. It may not be part of a commission general order inspection. So we believe that 41 should actually be expanded to capture maintenance, to understand, what's happening under the hood, because these issues with maintenance not getting done, corrosion, situations that can run to failure, that these need to be addressed proactively. We need leading indicators to be able to understand what's happening. And so we would expand upon 41, and in that way, 41 does not duplicate, I think, what's covered under, is it number 27? So we thought we would be discussing that when we got to 41, but we'll just give you that, just give you those thoughts now, because we believe 41 should be expanded. In fact, of all the metrics, we believe 41 would be one of the key ones to be able to capture a backlog in maintenance, a backlog in work orders. They may not be associated with a general order requirement. So anyway, I'll leave it at that.
This is Russell Archer from Edison. I just wanted to make sure that I heard you correctly, Chris. Are you suggesting that the commission should require metrics and track information on matters that are outside of the jurisdiction of the commission?
So these are safety performance metrics that will be fed into the ramps, which are under the jurisdiction of the commission, the general rate case authorization, which is under the jurisdiction of the commission. Those are programs that the Safety and Enforcement Division may not be going out. The Safety Enforcement Division has a separation between them and the new incarnation of Dogger. I don't have the acronym at the top of my head, but they look at, for example, programs that are underground in gas storage. And so, however, all those programs feed into ramps, all those programs feed into general rate cases. This is useful information because this information then informs interveners, utilities, in terms of, these programs that need to be authorized and addressed in those proceedings. So I'm just saying, when I say jurisdiction, I want to be clear. Jurisdiction, when we're talking of this metric here, it talks about GO 95, it talks about 49 CFR Part 192. Those are under the jurisdiction of the Safety and Enforcement Division, responding to those requirements, general orders, and so on. The commission has its own jurisdiction for ramps and general rate cases, and this information is a key leading indicator to be able to inform parties, interveners, and commission staff in those proceedings.
Okay, I must have misheard you then. Thank you for that clarification. I do want to just reiterate the SCE support for 27 as an alternative to 41 for a few reasons, but most importantly, I think a work order framework is not really the best way that we track our data. Work orders can be not closed, but still not overdue because the time period required by GO95 hasn't yet expired. So I think a more useful metric would be one that is tied specifically to the Commission's regulations on timeframes for fixing things that are wrong.
I just say we're not opposed to 27, but we believe that backlog metrics are an important safety management system metric, and that information needs to be reported for the benefit of interveners and parties, and we believe that that will have a key role in improving safety with utilities so that that doesn't get lost. So information is available and reported and tracked.
This is Melinda from Protect Our Communities, and we support Cal Advocate's position on this, and don't think that 27 and 41 should be an either or, but that both are important.
Hey Chris, this is Ken from PG&E. I was just curious, can you tell me, is there an approved set of SMS metrics that you can point to?
So there are metrics that are reported in some reference materials that talk about different ways. There's some metrics that are used by, I don't recall the exact name, but the chemical industry has adopted some metrics that track backlogs. Backlogs are prominent metrics that are used for safety management systems. And actually PHMSA on the gas side has a pretty detailed document about metrics that it has in a I don't know if you'd call it a white paper that talks about metrics for tracking not only backlog but other safety management system metrics. So there are some reference materials about specific metrics that can be used for safety management systems that have been used in a number of industries.
On 41, SE, I think it was SE, you mentioned that I'm thinking about it from the perspective of the Safety Policy Division is going to get this report and have to evaluate it. And I'm wondering what you would submit with this definition, or do you know what you would submit with this definition, or any utility could answer that?
And so I think that is a little bit of a challenge for us as we're trying to get our heads around this. And so I think, to make the point again, like we just don't feel work orders are the appropriate metric. And so when I look at number 43, that is the number of notifications that were completed on time divided by those that were due. And so to us, that seems to be the correct level. So when we look at work orders, we may have a work order that has some compliance GO95 work in it and some not. And so it could be a very, very manual process to really look at work order level details like this. And so we really feel like it is whether or not the notification or the issue was resolved on time. And so we feel like 43 would capture that, and we would be open to expanding that to HFTD and non-HFTD to give you kind of the whole system, and then the high fire area for the GO95, priority 2 correction. So we still feel like that is the more appropriate one. And to kind of address, I think it was Chris's remarks about, other programs, we feel like the RSAR is the appropriate place for those, where we track on an annual basis, authorized and recorded spending, as well as authorized and recorded units, and kind of give explanations for why there may be a variance from a larger system level as opposed to just the GO95 work. So I don't know if that hopefully helped answer your question.
Yeah, it did. Other utilities, like how do you, like Ken or or others? Do you guys, how does this comport with what you guys do with work orders? And
we agree with Dan 100%, and everything he said is we're in alignment with that, and we would agree with the change to 43 as well.
Separate utilities agree as well. Ben.
Thanks. So I think we can think about this a little bit more. And Chris, with respect to looping in other, like the CalGEM underground gas storage testing requirements, or maintenance that they require as part of it based on the test results. Like if we're going to change or expand this, if you could have like like a specific proposal about what additional things you'd like to think we could consider that. But I think Steve, we should talk. I think we should huddle internally and talk about this one a little bit more.
Yeah, at this time, I'm not in favor of expanding it beyond, even if we do keep 41. I'm not in favor of expanding it beyond GO 95 and GO 49 CFR 192 infractions.
Okay. Fair enough.
So I will take all the discussion into consideration as to whether or not 41 and 42 should be removed. But at this time, I definitely do not see us expanding it beyond what is being proposed here.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's go back to, let's see, where were we, 27, 28? Okay, we just talked about 27 and then 28. We decided to remove 28 because after further consideration, we felt that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to lump all the priority levels and grades together because they each have their own deadlines and due dates. So it just doesn't make sense. After further consideration, we decided to remove this. '29, we're deleting this metric because we agree with SDG&E that it is already reported quarterly to the CPUC. So as much as possible, we want not to duplicate any reporting requirements somewhere else. Okay. 30. Okay, 30 we're keeping. And 30, all three electric utilities expressed objection to this, and I want to hear your thoughts on it. But I read the comments, and I disagree with the comments from the utilities on this particular metric. So, and the comments revolve around the fact that you assume all your down conductors are energized when your troublemen arrive at the scene. And my counter argument to those points of views is that the protection devices that would trip to de-energize the circuit would be a physical evidence. So let's say, take the example of a fuse or a circuit breaker or a recloser or some other device. If they trip or they burn out, that would leave an actual physical evidence of that. When you do determine, when you do actually go out to determine the cause of the de-energization or not. So if it did not de-energize, then of course you know it because you can see that the fuse didn't burn out, the circuit breaker didn't trip, or the recloser didn't trip. And if it did, you would have a physical evidence of that. So I don't understand why you cannot collect this information. So I want to hear from the utilities, SMEs on their comments. on the justification for their comments.
So this is Christine Ritual with PG&E. I know some of the concerns from our SMEs was around, they feel it's currently defined right now. The metric has quite subjective, and it's unclear to them as how we would prove the wire is energized and how to differentiate between the different kind of currents, primary, secondary, and induction.
If it is energized, if it is okay, let's read the metric. Let's read the metric definition. This metric is limited to only wire down events that did not result in automatic de-energization. So if your electric crewman, troubleman, arrived at the scene and they didn't see any de-energization, that would not trip this, that would not satisfy this metric. So if they see, I mean, you're saying if it's an induced current, it's energized, so what? I mean, did it result in any tripping of the fuses or circuit breakers? If it didn't trip it, then it didn't meet this metric's requirement, didn't trigger this metric. I don't see any ambiguity in that. Or are we talking past each other?
This is Ray with SCE. I think we're talking past each other because we see it the same way as the other speaker that just went. Also, the question I had is, what does automatic exactly mean? Like, is it instantaneous, or is it a time duration from the wire down to when the protection operates? Because that's also one of the other things.
Automatic means it's not due to human intervention.
Okay. Yeah, we have it's not the easiest for us to track. It's not the way the data is structured is not as easy to collect as it seems, but we have challenges collecting that data right now.
PG&E concurs with that too in terms of the data collection.
So in terms of data collection, I want to emphasize that the data collection refers to what you know about. So if you don't know about it, obviously, then you have no way of reporting it. But if you arrive at the scene for whatever wire down event, and if you arrive at the scene, the wire down event uses the traditional IEEE definition of wire down event. So if you arrive at the scene and you later on, if not right away, but certainly through the course of your investigation and repairs, your troubleman determines later on that those protection devices tripped, they would be able to record that. But if you didn't arrive at the scene for whatever reason, then of course you didn't know about it, then you wouldn't be expected to report on something that you didn't know about. Right? I just don't I just don't see why we are talking past each other on this metric. It doesn't make sense to me why it cannot be collected. I mean, I can understand that if a wire down event occurs, it would boggle my mind that you would not send someone out let's say that a wire down event occurred. It would boggle my mind that a troubleman does not arrive at the scene to investigate and try to re-energize the circuit.
So Steve, this is Ray with SE. Yes.
Hey Ray, by the way, hi.
I
didn't.
Yes. So if a wire down occurs, we do dispatch a troubleman to the scene to correct the issue. It's that part we don't have an issue with tracking the wire downs. The issue is on energized, de-energized is not always captured by the field. It's not something we have historically. The troubleman goes out to make the area safe, get the power back on. That's what his or her responsibility is. We don't necessarily always capture if it's energized or not energized at the time when they get there. That's the part I think
let's say that he goes out and he tries to restore. Are you saying that his power restoration process can unintentionally erase any automatically energization data?
I don't think I was stating that. To me, it was we don't necessarily sometimes capture that information.
But that would be a problem. Why doesn't the utility capture this type of information? It's very crucial information.
I'll just say PG&E doesn't either, because the troublemen are always assuming it's energized, so they're not recording anything in regards to that.
So they're assuming it's energized. So if it's energized, then why are they going out there? So if it goes out and it's the end. So a wire down event occurs, it's energized, they assume it's energized, they go to a switch. Okay, let's say they go to a switch and they pull the switch on the circuit to fix it. And then after they fix it, they re-energize it. But if a circuit breaker or a fuse trip during the process, they would have to replace the fuse or reset the circuit breaker. That's where they would see the evidence of the energization. If they don't see the evidence of the energization, then this metric wouldn't be triggered. But if they see evidence of that, then it would be triggered. What am I missing? I just don't see your objection. I just don't see it.
May I jump in?
Yeah.
As an intervener rather than a utility? So I'm boggled by the conversation about trying to determine whether a line is energized, because, I'm very familiar with the Liberty Consulting report that was done for the risk assessment team at the commission. And that was dated, I believe, in 2013. And in that report, there is a detailed discussion about the number of lines that remain energized. This was done for the PG&E general rate case. And there's a detailed discussion about the number of lines that remain energized after they were wires down. And in that report, Liberty was especially critical because the percentage of down energized conductors was 36%. And they got that information from PG&E because PG&E was collecting that data, because PG&E was doing its own analysis, and they were directing their staff to determine if the wires remained energized when they came down. And so they were providing that data to be able to then understand, the risk of wires down remaining energized. So I just have to believe that this is a solvable problem if by no other means going back and determining how PG&E did that analysis back in 2013 and using that protocol or some other similar protocol, because I think that was a key metric. And I think they determined this because PG&E was at the time maybe 8 wires down a day in its service territory. And so they were looking at how many of those wires down remain energized. So I just have to believe this has to be a solvable problem.
Okay, I agree with Chris. It's 11 past noon, so we should be. I promise you to have a 1 hour lunch time. So why don't we take a break, 1 hour lunch, and come back at 1:10. We'll pick up where we have left off on this particular metric, 30 wires down remaining energized. Come back at 1:10, please. Thank you.
Hey, Steve, this is Katie from Turn. I'm gonna have to drop off about 1:40 and I'm gonna try and be on the phone for a little while.
Okay.
But I did want to, in case we didn't get there, again, assert that we thought the removal of those, I'm looking for the numbers.
38, 39, 40, or around those numbers.
Yeah, I think that we appreciate that removal and think that that's an appropriate
Okay.
choice.
Good. Good. Thank you. Okay, I am back. I don't know who else is back from lunch.
Fred here.
Hey, Fred. What about the utilities? Can you give a presence check to make sure?
Rick Haynes from SDG&E.
Hey, Rick.
PG&E is on the line.
All your SMEs are back? PG&E?
Yes, I think we're good to go.
Okay. What about Sempra Utilities?
Chris Baker is here from SoCal Gas.
Steve, I think we're ready to proceed.
Okay, very good.
Same with
All
SE.
right. Okay. What about Melinda Dickinson?
Sorry, yes, I am here.
Okay, good. Very good. Okay, let's proceed. Resume at 30. I was thinking about our disagreement over 30 over lunch. And I think one source of the disagreement is the term wires down remaining energized. I think one way to remove a big part of the disagreement is to rephrase the term wires down not resulting in okay, let me say that again. Wires down not resulting in automatic de-energization. I do understand the utilities assertion that there could be induced current. Absolutely, I get that. From parallel circuits, they induce an EMF onto that. I do get that. But that's not what is intending to capture. What it's intending to capture is what's stated in the metric. The metric is limited to only wire down events that did not result in automatic de-energization by circuit protection devices. So going back to what I mentioned before, automatic means it did not result in manually activated de-energization. So automatic could mean fuses, circuit breakers, reclosers, and any other intelligent devices that can detect wire down events to de-energize the circuits. So you would have physical evidence of that if that ever happens. So I was a little perplexed why there is the inability for the utilities to provide this type of data. And if you don't record this type of data, then it's a huge safety concern for the commission and anyone having safety oversight responsibilities. Why do you not want to record this type of data? You most certainly want to know that. So anyway, with all that said, I'll change this metric definition. The definition doesn't change, but the title of the metric changes from wire down, not resulting in automatic de-energization. So I hope that at least will clear one source of the disagreement. Any comments on that? Okay, let's move on to the next one. There.
Hey, Steve, this is Ken, and I just want to jump in. It's very possible we're still kind of digesting what you just said, and maybe that's something we can loop back to at the end and talk about it.
Yes, well, this is Manuel Camaro, PG&E, and I apologize. I had a little problem getting logged on this afternoon, but I have a question about what you're referring to for the wire down event.
I'm sorry.
Just because,
you are representing PG&E. What's your name again?
Manuel Camaro. And I just wanted to add, just because if you have a fuse that opens up one phase, that doesn't mean the line beyond the fuse is de-energized. What can happen is on the other fuses that remain energized, the line can be re-energized back through the transformer and back onto the ground or the wire that came onto the ground. So a fuse does not automatically de-energize the line.
So it's okay. So it's a three-phase circuit. The fuse de-energizes one phase. Okay, and you're saying the backfeed from the transformer could still energize the other. So you have a broken wire, got two ends. One end is de-energized by the fuse. The other end is still energized by the backfeed through the transformer. Is that your?
That's correct. So it applies to both the single-phase transformer as well as the three-phase transformer. You can have the same situation, but the first thing that they do will go ahead and they'll de-energize the remaining two fuses so that the line is de-energized, and that they'll make the situation safe, and that's the first thing they do. They do that before or as more of a priority than actually trying to determine whether or not that line is energized or not.
Okay, if that's the case, then I'll change the definition to say wires down, not resulting in complete de-energization of the circuit, of that segment of the circuit. So if it's protected by fuses on both ends and only one fuse tripped, but the other one is still energized, or did not result in de-energization, then
just to be clear, we have over 100,000 fuses, and probably I'll just make a guess, maybe 80,000 of all of our, or 80% of all of our outages are fuse outages, and 50% of that, the wire can either fall on the source side or the load side, right? So roughly majority of our wire down events, you would probably have a likelihood that you're going to have the line could potentially be energized, or like I said, re-energized through the downstream transformer. So it's a fairly high number. So, but what is the goal of the metric? I guess that's in the long term. Is the goal to replace the fuses and put in three-phase devices? Is that what the goal will be, to eliminate the fuses and go gang operated only?
That's not the goal. The goal is to see how effective a down wire that remains energized. I'm not talking about through induced current. I'm talking about through direct connection to your substation, a continuous path through your substation, through whatever means, through transformer, through whatever. So if you have a broken wire and both ends, and either end can trace its path back to the substation, then it did not result in complete de-energization. And as it's a safety hazard to people and vehicles and structures, whatever.
what I'm getting at, the ultimate goal then is to reduce it down to 0, right? Or to have a much lower number, correct?
The ultimate goal is to reduce the potential for electrocution,
But so my point is that you probably will want to replace the single phase fuses with a gang operated device so that you de-energize the entire line and then it remains de-energized, right?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Like I said, because if you have a 1 of 3 fuses that goes out of power and you can have the line still remain energized through the backfeeding of those transformers that are on the load side, the solution to that is to replace those fuses with a gang-operated protective device, something like a, in other words, something that will de-energize the entire line.
Yeah, that's really getting into the weeds for me. I'll leave it up to the utilities to decide how to address those safety issues. So at this time, we are only interested in that metric and see how prevalent the problem is. So whatever technical solutions you may come up with, that's entirely up to you. We're not dictating those solutions.
Hey, Steve, this is Josh with Semper Utilities. We were just wondering, is there any way that we can put some of these metrics on hold if there's so much confusion around them?
Well, there's no confusion. There's no confusion on my part. That's a problem. I'm not agreeing with the source of your confusion. I just don't agree with that. Your objections. I mean, you can, from my perspective, and Chris, you can jump into Chris Parks. There's no confusion. You most certainly, one, are either able to collect the kinds of information required by this metric, or you should be collecting this information if you're not currently collecting this type of information. From a safety standpoint, you should be collecting it. So in either case, there's no excuse for not being able to provide this type of information. Okay, let's move on to the next one. This is a 30. You can call it. You can agree to disagree, and then you can submit comments later on when the PD comes out. There's no guarantee that the judge will agree with me, or that this will actually get into the PD. So we can agree to disagree at this point. But I am recommending that this metric be adopted. Okay, 31. We are deleting this metric because SPD staff largely agrees with the utilities that all wires downs are determined for cause already. And it's really difficult to have a tight, clean definition of what a root cause analysis is. So for this reason, we are removing this metric. Okay, 32. Wires down listed by cause. And we're recommending to delete this metric because it's already reported to OEIS in the WMP's reporting process. On 31 and 32, any feedback from I assume the utilities have no feedback on these two, but what about from the interveners?
No comments at this time.
Okay. All right. 33, no change from before. 34.
Hey, Steve, real quick, just one quick question on 33. I'm assuming that the intent is just to provide an annual number and not monthly.
me think about that. Yes, annual number.
Okay, maybe that could just be made clear in the next updated definition, just because the initial decision was monthly data. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, this is Melinda on going back to 31. We had recommended that we liked that percentage of root cause analyses. And suggested that it be applied to the gas system in that context as well.
Yeah, but we're removing this for the same reason that we wouldn't want to include it for gas. It's just difficult to have a clean definition of what a root cause analysis is to make it easy to implement. So it's being deleted for both electric and gas.
I might respond later with some more details, but they don't have it at my fingertips. Thanks.
Okay. All right. 33, let's see. I'll probably add some comments here later on that it's monthly data. To annual data. Okay, 34. Missed vegetation management inspections. We are removing this because, as SCE pointed out in SCE's comments, that GO 165 really doesn't, that actually doesn't have any minimum inspection frequency requirements. So it's really difficult to enforce any type of metric because there's no infraction of this. The utilities vegetation management is tracked by the exact tree ID rather than generic number of trees. So it's really difficult for this to be enforceable, to be meaningful. So we are removing this metric for these reasons. We agree with SCE.
Wait, does that mean that, sorry, this is Melinda from Protect Our Communities. Does that mean that the number 33 does not include?
You're saying 33 or 34?
Wouldn't 34 kind of be included in 33 anyway? I mean, are they not looking at all for?
33 and 34 are different types of things. So 33, sometimes if, I mean, the utilities can jump in and correct me, but 33 does not pay emphasis on tree clearance from energized circuits. It's there to look for defects on the circuits and things that are essentially maintenance defects and things that can endanger the circuit. If someone doing the inspection and notices that a third party does something strange that can endanger the circuit, then it would be an issue they may note. But generally, they are not concerned with. They're not paying attention to vegetation conductor clearance issues. That's handled by vegetation management inspections. Please jump in, utilities, to correct me if I was mischaracterizing your inspection protocols.
This is Ray with Southern California Edison. So our inspectors who inspect our facilities do look for vegetation clearances. If they find them, they'll document them. However, our vegetation inspections are done by people trained in arboriculture, understand tree growth, understand more things. So they're also going to look and understand that this type of tree could grow 5 feet, 6 feet. So that our normal inspectors do look for vegetation things. But our vegetation inspection program, which is actually not required by GO 165 and doesn't have defined criteria in GO 165 or 95, there's no cycles there. So on that part, that's why we suggested to remove it. So I just want to clear up, our inspectors do look for vegetation, but it's not their primary focus that do our overhead. And I'd also just ask a question. If we're looking at 33 annually, what is this adding that's not already covered by the GO 165 annual report that we have to submit yearly on our inspections?
Repeat the question, please.
So the last question was, what does 33 add that we don't already file with our General Order 165 report that says what number of inspections we missed that we're required to do under GO 165? Just going with the other logic, if something was already submitted,
yeah, right,
not to duplicate that effort.
I understand that. It is just that I do fully grasp that logic, and we're not uniformly applying, meaning SPD, we are not uniformly applying the logic to all metrics proposed here. Some metrics just stand out, the inspections metric. I believe that there's a lot of value in having additional visibility and having everything in place so that people don't need to go to different places to hunt down those metrics, because this is one of the more important metrics. So if it's already reported, then it shouldn't be any more onerous for you to just do duplicate reporting. If you already have the information, it's just reporting in a different form. I think there's value in having that additional visibility because this is an important metric.
I agree 100% that this is an important metric. However, you're changing the compliance time that when it needs to be filed. GO 165 is filed in June. If this is, I believe, is going to be in March, you're truncating the time to prepare, validate the information by 3 months. Mm-hmm. So because we want to make sure it's correct. So that's also why I just want to point it out. We're changing that reporting time.
Yeah. Okay. So that GO 165 is reported in June.
Yeah, I believe it's late June or early July. It's sometime in that time frame. But yes.
Okay. Let me take your comment into consideration. I want to pose the question to the utility, to the interveners. If I do move ahead with deleting this metric based on Ray's suggestion, would you object to that?
I do think that this is an important metric. I agree with everything you said. I mean, couldn't they, if the time frame is off, couldn't you just report it early? If the concern is to not have 2 deadlines.
I mean,
but this one's just so fundamental. It should be something that's like, you know, it seems like something that should be at the utility's fingertips at all times.
So this is Russell from Edison, and we absolutely agree that this is a very important metric. As Ray said, it is already reported in late June or July, pursuant to GO 165 under penalty of perjury, and that gives the utility more time to make sure that it's accurate. Is your suggestion, Melinda, that the commission change the GO 165 requirements to eliminate that July reporting requirement and instead move it up into this March filing?
No, I wasn't. But if you are worried about having to do something, I guess I was just trying to understand your concern, and I was suggesting that you could always get it done early.
Well, we think that when the commission decided initially to have the reporting requirement when it does, that presumably it did so for good reason.
Okay, this is definitely food for thought.
Yeah, Steve, this is Rick Haynes at SDG&E, and I think this type of question as well kind of brings up the issue, well, not the issue, but the point made earlier about if, I think overall these metrics are good metrics and they've been thought out, but there's still a few that have some questions and I think needs some further thought, obviously like this one. So if there is the possibility of sidelining some of these for, again, future discussion and, ensuring that all the utilities as well are on the same page, that we're consistent, that it will be a meaningful metric to the commission and to the interveners as far as benchmarking. Maybe we could just kind of highlight these and put them off to the side.
Okay. At this time, I'm tending to agree with the utilities on this, but I'll further consider this after this meeting. Okay. Okay, let's move on to 34. 34, I think we just talked about that, right? 35. And 35 is overhead conductor wire size compliance in HFTD, and we're removing this safety metric because GO95, as pointed out by one of the comments from the utilities, GO95 really does not have any wire size requirements specifically for HFTD. It's really difficult to implement this metric.
This is Chris Parks with Cal Advocates. On that topic, I understand that perhaps GO95 doesn't have an explicit requirement for wire size. However, I think we've seen reports where failure rates of conductors is tied to wire size. And also, so from a risk standpoint, from understanding from the ramp perspective on prioritizing mitigation programs, from the general rate case, which is going to then fund mitigation programs, having this information to determine which infrastructure, what the risks are from different types of infrastructure would provide very useful information for parties to understand the risk, the value of a mitigation, and how to prioritize it to get the best impact in the short term. So if there's, I understand it's not GO95 perhaps explicitly. However, from a ramp or general rate case perspective, this would provide some very useful information.
Yeah, no, without question, it's useful information. The concern is that there's no wire size requirement we can pin to that we can ask the utilities to report on. That's the problem. Utilities, please jump in to answer Chris's question. No comments from the utilities?
Hey, Steve, sorry, this is Rick Haynes. Chris, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? Sometimes I do a little multitasking, and so I apologize. If you could repeat it, that would be appreciated.
So my response to what Chris just stated was that without question, I fully agree with Chris that this is a very important metric if it could be made to be implementable. I just don't see a way to make it implementable because there is no wire size requirements I can point to make the utilities report on. That's the problem. There's no standard I can cite.
Yeah, this is Rick Haynes from SPD, and I'm not an expert, I'm not an engineer, but just on the surface from what you said, Steve, I mean, again, kind of keeping with the ability to compare across utilities, I think that's one of the guidelines that we want to have for our metrics. I would absolutely agree with your statement, Steve. If it's difficult and there's different ways or different equipment in use, it's hard to make any kind of meaningful comparison across the utilities. So I'd agree with your statement, Steve.
Okay. 35 and 36 fall under the same category of reasons why we decided to remove them. And
may I do one quick response to Rick?
Go ahead.
So I think, Rick, you were pointing out perhaps you were putting it in the context of comparing across utilities, which is an interesting and valuable piece of information that can come out of these metrics to be able to compare. I think another use of this is to note trends and to note risks. And that can be done in the case where there is a common conductor size that's used across utilities, that could be compared across utilities. And if there were an unusual conductor that is not comparable across utilities, it would still provide data in terms of trends, whether mitigations are addressing a particular high risk. So if I reference the Liberty report, again, that I mentioned earlier, they were very concerned about like number 6 copper in Northern California, corrosion and high failure rates. Also, I believe number 4 ACR, is it? And a couple of other specific types of conductors that were higher risk, higher likelihood of failure, higher likelihood of electrocution, higher likelihood of ignition. So I think that while GO95 may not specify, oh, the utility must use a specific conductor in a specific instance or location, having that from a risk standpoint, because this information is useful for the ramp and the GRC, is different because it can note mitigation effectiveness and also justify authorization for programs in a general rate case application. So just to respond to that, it's not always necessary the criteria to absolutely be something that every utility is using, but I think that it provides useful information. And I think a lot of utilities have it. Like, for example, a lot of the information we have here is because, PG&E has this analysis that was then conveyed in a Liberty report. So PG&E does have information on the types of conductors, and I would imagine all utilities would. So anyway, I just wanted to respond to that from Rick.
All right. Thank you, Chris.
If I could just, this is Melinda. I agree with Chris, and it's also, I think it's his reasoning is also a good justification for keeping 33, going back to that metric, keeping that in there for the ramp and the GRC purposes. And I also just wanted to say I looked up the that reporting requirement, and there's nothing in there that says that it can't be before July 1st. So the reporting requirement on the 33 is by July 1st, each utility subject to this general order shall submit an annual report, and it's an annual report for the previous year. So it would be information that's already been collected from the year before. So there's nothing that says it can't be before July 1st. In fact, July 1st is the latest date it can be.
And Melinda, this is Russell. I certainly wasn't trying to imply that we were precluded from filing it early.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
I meant by July 1st. I'm sorry if that didn't come across as quite as articulately as I would have liked it.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you, Melinda. Let's see, 35 and 36 we just discussed. 37, I removed this metric because it's already reported to OEIS through the WMP reporting process.
Hey, Steve, this is Russell. Before we move on, really quickly on this small wire issue, we may be able to provide the kinds of information that Chris and Melinda, I think, are looking for if the requirement was written to not tie it to a compliance standard because there isn't one, but rather just a simple percentage of your overhead wire, what sizes are they in various parts of the service area? And maybe one way to harmonize those two positions.
Let's see. Number two copper is that the one that's of concern in that's
number 6.
Number six.
Copper is one, and PG&E has some reports on some of the other types of, I think number 4 ACR, I believe, in certain instances, and PG&E has some information. I think some of it was reported in the Liberty report, and they may have additional information as well.
So what if we change these metrics 35 and 36 to percentage of electric circuits still using number 6 copper? Would that be a meaningful metric?
I would think it would be helpful, yes.
Thoughts on this, utilities?
Yeah, PG&E could support if it's not tied to the GO95 for sure.
So it's going to be percentage of overhead conductors percentage of overhead conductors that are number 6 copper in HFTD. Okay, and likewise for what about 36? Is there any reason to have that same metric apply to non-HFTD?
This is Chris. I don't see why it couldn't apply to non-HFTD as well, because it still represents a hazard even if it's not necessarily a direct emission source.
Okay. Any objections from the utilities on this? If I added this to percentage in non-HFTD?
And this may be moot from an engineering standpoint because I am the furthest thing from an engineer, but in 35, would we want to add the phrase uncovered overhead conductor? So to the extent that the wire's been covered, if it happened to be number 6 copper, I don't know if that would ever happen, but that would seem like it wouldn't be something that people would be concerned about.
I don't think the covering versus uncovering. Chris, what do you think? So if it's covered, would that eliminate the risk of corrosion that would result in it failing?
This is Chris, and I would expect the utilities would probably have that information readily available. I would probably be surprised if number 6 copper was covered, but I think the utilities probably know that.
Yeah, for now I'm just going to leave it the way it is and not specify covered versus uncovered. Okay. Okay, 37. 37, we're removing, I think we talked about this, removing this because it's already reported to OEIS. And 38, we're removing this because the term hardening, as pointed out by one or two of the comments, it's not well defined. And Turn also objected to this metric along with 39 and 40 because they tend to encourage the quantity of work done rather than the quality of the work done. So I agree with Turn on that. So for these reasons, 38, 39, and 40 are removed. Okay. 41. Okay, let's come back to 31. We previously discussed this at length. 41. Yeah, go ahead. Who's trying to talk?
This is Chris. I'm in response to the discussion earlier, if I can use the chat. I know, I think utility was asking about safety management system metric and backlog. And so I mentioned a chemical reference. So if in this reference, it talks about leading metrics. It talks about work order backlog. So just as a reference to respond to that request earlier. And then I'm also going to throw in the chat the Overland report after that was commissioned, I believe, after around the same time as San Bruno. If you were to search backlog in the Overland report, let's see, am I sending this to everyone?
I didn't get it.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I picked the wrong box here. Let me say, okay, so I'm going to go back and I'm going to put in my, hang on a second. I sent them and I thought they were going to everyone, but I don't believe they were. So let me see if this one will work. Not sure if it will work through this WebEx or not. It might just pop up. For me, it might be popping up as an external site. So, but I mean, I have it. So anyway, there's also the Overland report. Oh, change from host to everyone. Okay, I did say all attendees. Oh, everyone. Here's everyone. Let me try that. And let me see if this works any better for folks. It goes through a WebEx kind of a deal. So I don't know if folks are able to open that one, but that talks, I'll just mention it really quickly because I have it up on my display. And I can always follow up with anyone who's interested in it afterwards. Hang on just a second, please. In fact, let me see if this works any better.
Hey, Chris, I'm going to take a short bathroom break. I have to use the restroom for about a couple of minutes.
Sure. Okay. And then I will share the Overland report, but it's also available if someone were to just look for it on the internet, which is at the commission stores. So let me pull that one up.
Hi, Chris. This is George of ITSD. I went ahead and shared the 2 files that you went ahead and shared me actually. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. There you go. Yeah, you went ahead and shared it again, but yeah, I went ahead and shared it earlier as well. So
everyone
should have. Yeah, everyone should be able to see it now.
So I'm just curious. When I click on it in my WebEx screen, this is kind of an IT thing perhaps, but when I click on those, I get a warning message and then I have to continue. But if I hit the continue, I can continue. So, but anyway, the first one is chemical process safety. And if you look in there, you'll see a whole list of metrics. One of them being work order backlog. So it's a useful metric. And then on the other one is about the Overland report. And in that one, if you were to search backlog, you'll see that backlog that was done in 2013, but it figures prominently in that report. Anyway, those are useful under the hood metrics that can then provide insight into how things are performing with the utility. And then while Steve is away, I'll go ahead. I'm sure he's seen the Liberty report, but I have might as well throw that out there too. And that is a report that talks about if you were to search for energized, that's the one that talks about the metric we were also talking about earlier, which has to do with energized wires down. And I believe that was captured directly by folks when they went out in Northern California, when a wire came down to see if it was still energized at the time that a trouble person arrived. So anyway, but I just wanted to make sure I shared those. And then when Steve returns, I had another comment to make on this one. So I'll just kind of wait. Or if anyone had any questions for me about those metrics.
Did you share more than one PDF or just the one PDF?
I actually shared a total of 3 files. So one has to do with chemical process, which mentions specifically includes backlog as a metric. A second one is Overland report. I don't know if everyone received all of those, but I sent them to what's called everyone on my WebEx screen here. And then I sent a third one, which was the Liberty report.
Okay. Hey, Chris, we only have about half an hour left, and I want to make sure we have time to talk through the remaining metrics.
Steve, can I make one other quick comment on this before we move on?
Yes.
On the left side, 41, if we scroll down just a little bit, it says work order backlog to correct 095, and I can't see the whole thing. I'm sorry, I meant to scroll up a little bit. I said the reverse. Work order backlog to correct 095 and 49 CFR Part 192 infractions. And so I'm just curious, what is, when is an infraction determined? Because I know that if there's been a catastrophic event, then there's an investigation. An investigation then determines a number of findings, and I believe often those are infractions. There's also audits and inspections where they may be infractions, but a lot of times I think a catastrophic event is not, those infractions are not found until after an investigation is done. So I think that the use of infractions could potentially really limit understanding those backlogs, because those backlogs may exist already, but they're not infractions until the point that a finding is made to determine that it's an infraction.
The intent is not to document only those infractions that resulted from any type of formal investigation, but any type of infraction, any type of non-compliance issue. Let's call it non-compliance issue relative to GO95, GO112F, or 49 CFR parts 191 and 192. So any type of those non-compliance issues noted by the utility through their own internal inspection processes, or CPUC inspection audits. It doesn't matter what sources those infractions or non-compliance issues came from.
So my concern is that a lot of times, my understanding is the catastrophic event, which is, I believe, one of the main objectives of gathering this information to prevent those, is that those infractions are not uncovered until after a catastrophic event. Then SED goes in, they look for issues, and they find these violations, and then those get reported. Those may not have been reported to the commission prior to that. They may be existing. So if the intent is to prevent incidents, then it would be much more, there would be much more increased visibility if we have these metrics for the utilities to provide this information, and that way everyone would understand if things are getting behind, if there's infractions, and that would be useful. So
I'm just going to change this to non-compliance rather than infractions, because infractions seems to imply some type of finding through an actual investigation or safety audit from CPUC staff, but that's not the intent. It's really non-compliance issues, regardless of the source, noted by the utilities. Any thoughts on this from the utilities?
This is a SCE. We just thought that 43 was slightly better worded and really gets to the same intent as what I think we're going here for, at least for the electric utilities. Mm-hmm. So this is, percentage of corrective actions completed, and I believe it was completed on time. Oh, that were due in the calendar year, and those that were completed. So obviously the ones that weren't completed were due. So we just thought this was much more clear, because as we stated earlier, the term work order can mean compliance work and non-compliance work, and sometimes we bundle that work for operational efficiency, and parts of it will stay open until maybe the non-compliance work is completed. So we just thought 43 was better worded for us to report on, and we thought it was getting to the same intent.
Right. I do hear you. Okay, let me let me sit on this and ponder on this after, ponder on this more.
Steve, I would just add for PG that we agree with that. We know we've articulated our position on 41, 42, but we also agree that 43 is the stronger and more appropriate metric. So we don't need to revisit it, but our position remains the same.
Okay. At this time, I'm kind of fence sitting as to whether or not 41 should be removed. But let me think on that. Okay, let's move on. We only have about 25 minutes left. 42, it's the same issue. So it's so you have the same concerns with 42 as you have with 41 utilities?
Correct. And I think we had maybe mentioned it earlier, like for 43, we'd be willing, to do HFTD and non-HFTD. I think it's just one of the two right now.
Yeah, the concern with 43 is it's only applied to GO95. So in order for us to capture that, we would also need to have a parallel one that captures gas, GO112F and 49 CFR Part 192. So if I'm going to proceed to remove 41 and 42, I would also have to add a new one called 43A that applies to gas non-compliance issues. Agree or disagree? And then the the time frame for correction of the for gas non-compliance issue would be based on your own internal standards. Since generally GO112F and 49 CFR Part 191 and Part 192 does not specify correction timeframes. Generally, they do not. So I will hold the utilities to their own internal O&M standards based on prepared based on Part 192 requirements. Okay. 44. Yeah, go ahead, Ken.
I think that your changes, and this is kind of just on the fly thinking about it, I think that all seems reasonable to me. I mean, obviously we're just kind of considering this as we go along, but I think those changes would work for us.
Okay. All right, 44. Gas overpressure events, no change. 45, gas inline inspections missed. SPD agrees with SEMPRA to modify the metric according to SEMPRA's suggestion for modification. And the change here is we previously had the number of gas pipeline inline inspections missed that was scheduled to be completed. Now it's changed to the number of gas pipeline inline inspections that missed the required reassessment interval according to the relevant intervals established per Part 192. Okay. Now 46 is where
Stephen, can I make maybe like a minor typo correction? 710 is subpart M, I believe, not subpart O. So subpart O would be 192, I think it's 939. So that's the non-O&M section. So if you're looking to include O&M, I'm sorry, non-HCA and HCA, then you should reference subpart O and subpart M, and that 710 is specific to subpart M. So the question is, was that the intent? Is it the intent for the metric to be for non-HCA and HCA assessments?
Hey Fred, are you still there? I think the intent is both.
Yeah, hi. I think we're generally thinking about, when integrity management rule applies. That's what's driving inline inspection used for reassessment. I'm not aware that there's a non-HCA. It's been a while since I looked at the regulation.
Okay.
I apologize. Is
So
there an
if you're
HCA requirement? A non-HCA requirement?
Well, the rule late, I think last year, there was the first part of the gas transmission safety rule that was submitted to regulators, and now there's a non-O&M part. But if you're looking at reassessment intervals for subpart O, then 710 is not the correct part number. It would be, I think it's 939.
Okay, why don't we make this simple? I think it should apply to both HCA and non-HCA, and instead of just specifically highlighting the subpart, we'll just say 49 CFR, part 192.
Excellent.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah. Okay. All right, now 46 is where we had a lot of disagreements between myself and comments submitted by the utilities on those 5 conditions that I introduced to try to capture a broader sense of what I consider to expanded wired down type events, or events that are precursors to a wire actually coming down. So last night I made a small change. Okay, the one so these are the 5 conditions. Let me see if I can blow this up a little bit. So the 5 conditions is a wire, a conductor, or a splice becomes physically broken. And I think it was this change previously was a conductor or a splice becomes broken, and PG&E suggested that it's vague because it could be electrically broken, but not physically broken. So I'll just say physically broken. And so I inserted this new term here. The second condition is, okay, actually, let me back up a little bit. So as I mentioned at the beginning of this workshop, TWG meeting today, I've I reverted SPMs 1 and 2 back to the traditional IEEE definitions of what a wire down event is. And instead of introducing a new wire down definition, which causes a lot of controversy, I decided to port those 5 conditions into an electric overhead conductor safety index. And this index is the sum of all those occurrences that trigger any one of these 5 conditions. And we sum those and then divide those occurrences over the past calendar year by the total number of circuit miles in your system. And then separate metrics are recorded for distribution and transmission. And by the way, this version here is slightly different from the version I sent out last night because I added the divided by total circuit miles. So the intent is to get the rate in order to make it into an index that's comparable across utilities. So I added this divided by total circuit miles in the system. So these here are the 5 conditions that are included in this EOCSI. And based on comments from PG&E, I inserted this term physically broken into this condition. The second condition is a conductor is dislodged, keyword dislodged. Okay, so I think it was either Sempra or SAE that said you don't monitor a conductor getting out of position. Okay, the reply to that critical comment is the keyword here is dislodged. So if it's dislodged from some attachment point then it would trigger this condition, a reportable condition. So the keyword is dislodged. A conductor is dislodged from its intended design position. So whether or not you monitored its intended design position, I think in one of your comments, if it's moved just by 1 inch, then it's reportable. No. The keyword is dislodged or detached. You know, it's the same concept, dislodged or detached. If it is not dislodged or detached, then it does not meet this condition, does not trigger this condition. Let's see, including vegetation. So including vegetation, that stays. Okay, number 3, yeah, does someone want to speak? Okay. Number 3, a conductor's distance from the ground structures or foreign objects. I deleted the terms not including vegetation falls below applicable minimum clearances specified in General Order 95. Last night, I inserted this portion here, General Order 95 Table 1, which specifies the minimum clearance requirements from surfaces, grounds, waterways, structures, etc. So I give you a little bit of leeway, 10%. So if it exceeds that minimum clearance requirement by more than 10%, then this condition is triggered. And the way it's counted is within each span, for, let's say for primary distribution, within each span, if it dips below that by more than 10% at 2 places within the same span, it's still only counted as 1 instance. So each span within 2 poles or 2 attachment points is counted as 1 occurrence, regardless of the number of times it dips below that 10%. And this counts both transmission and distribution circuits separately. Condition 4 is a conductor comes into contact with communication circuits, guide wires, or conductors of a lower voltage. No change from the previous version. Number 5 is a power pole carrying normally energized conductors leans by more than 45 degrees relative to an imaginary vertical reference point from any direction.
PD, sorry, may I ask a question in regards to that one? PG&E was just looking for a little more clarity on what's intended by obtaining the 45-degree angle or more.
The 45 degrees is a very arbitrary angle. So it could be 50, it could be 40 degrees. But let's just make it easy to make it 45 degrees. If you have a 45 degree, if you have a power pole that leans by 45 degrees or in that neighborhood, then it's really being held up in a very tenuous way by either the ground or it's being prevented by falling all the way to the ground by tensions exerted on that pole from adjacent power poles. So for all intents and purposes, that power pole carrying live conductors should be considered, from a safety standpoint, should be considered to be a down conductor.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
So this EOCSI does not include secondary voltage conductors or service drops. Now, let's go back to these conditions one by one. And let's go to the objections raised by the utilities. And let's talk through those objections one by one. So let's start with PG&E. We only have about 10 minutes left, but I have a feeling we'll probably go over by a little bit. So I ask that you bear with this. And let me ask you, are you guys okay if we go over a little bit of time beyond 2:30?
For PG&E, yes, we can.
PG&E, yeah.
Oh. right, let's let me pull up the comments from the utilities. Let me stop this screen right now. Share. Share PDF file. Okay. Okay, share my screen. Okay, this is PG&E's comments. I think we just talked about condition 1. Let's see, condition 1. And this is PG&E's comments. PG&E comments that condition 1 states a conductor or splice becomes broken due to mechanical failure, whether or not it comes in contact. So okay, condition 1. This is PG&E's comments. PG&E states a conductor or splice becomes broken due to mechanical failure, whether or not it comes into contact. Okay, PG&E states this condition could be interpreted that jumper wires that remain in the air and that may open or fail would be considered a wire down event, which is not covered in the current PG&E definition. Okay, so you have two insulators and the cross arm here. You have two insulators and a jumper wire connects the two insulators. And you're saying if the jumper wire disconnects from one of the insulators and it flails in the air, it is not a hazardous condition. Is that what this says? It's a question directed to PG&E.
So I don't want to get out over my skis here, but I believe it was where they were really hung up was in the last sentence of or last portion of condition 1 with the whether or not it comes in contact with the ground.
From my perspective, if you have a jumper wire, whether or not it comes into contact with the ground is really not that relevant because it could flail around and come into contact with something else high up there, the cross arm or some other structures, and it can create tracking, causes fires, it could create sparks. So I don't buy the argument that a jumper wire could disconnect from an insulator and be considered non-hazardous. I just don't buy that.
And I don't think we're saying that. This goes back to when we were saying if we were going to proceed with this, we just thought the definition or name should change. Yeah, because like the standard definition as we spoke about.
Yeah, so given the fact that I am no longer calling this a wire down event.
Exactly, that's where the rub was. So I think we would agree now.
Okay, good. So let's move on to number 2. A conductor is dislodged from its intended design position due to either malfunction of its attachment point and/or supporting structures or contact with foreign objects, including vegetation, regardless of whether, okay, this portion here, regardless whether or not the conductor is broken or whether it comes in contact with the ground is no longer in the condition. So this portion is now not part of the definition. Now, It's PG&E says, based on this wording, it appears to apply to events that may not have resulted in an actual outage on the distribution system. That is correct. It's possible, but from my perspective, okay, you're saying a good example is that PG&E calls a floating conductor where a tie wire holding the conductor in place to an insulator breaks from the conductor, literally floats above the insulator. The insulator is just slightly displaced from its normal position, is knocked down, and remains energized. Hence, there is no interruption of electric service to our customers. PG&E's internal outage database is exclusively used to report distribution wire down events, therefore requiring a sustained outage to occur in order to be counted. The floater event just described and may be found and corrected without being reported as a wire down event. So you have a floater, you have tie wires that ties the conductor to the insulator. Now, that floater of fine wires could still be connected. Okay, two issues. The first issue is the fine wires still tied to the energized high voltage conductor could flail around and cause arcing with some other structures, overhead structures. It could cause sparks. It could cause shorting. It could cause fires. That's one thing. Another thing is that conductor detached from the insulator. Now, if you have one occurrence of this, there's a good probability, in fact, that a neighboring defect, a neighboring insulator on a separate cross arm just across from this insulator would also be subject to the same type of defect. So in which case you may have more than two floaters floating around, and they would be flailing around and come into contact with some other things and cause fire. So I don't agree that this is a non-issue. It's not just about.
Sorry to interrupt. I don't think it's a non-issue. This is tying back to the same thing of calling it a wire down event. Now that we're not calling it as such, we concur.
Very good. Okay. So number 3, a conductor's distance from the ground structure falls below applicable minimum clearances specified in GO 95. Okay. Now as I pointed out before, I just added some clearer definition to this, and I gave you a 10% leeway.
Yes, I think as you referenced the table 1 of the GO 95, I think that alleviates.
You're good with
the
that
heartburn there. Yeah.
Okay, good. So let's move on to. I think that's it. No other objections to the remaining conditions 4 and 5, right? From PG&E.
I don't know.
Let's read the comments. So 4 refers to a high voltage conductor coming into contact with something of a lower voltage, or with guy wires and ground molding ground wires. And number 5 is leaning pole, severely leaning pole. Yeah, I don't see any additional comments on this.
So for 4 in the new proposal, the conductor coming in contact with guy wires and whatnot, they give me a comment just to call out that these types of situations can oftentimes involve claims, which in turn would require an investigation. I don't know if that's worthy of any discussion here or not, but it was just a call out he had for number 4 on it.
Okay. I don't see any reason why. I mean, all types of safety conditions reported by these metrics are potentially claims related, and that is not a reason why any of the metrics should be discarded based on that objection.
Yeah, and again, not saying it was an objection, just a comment in the review today. I just wanted
Okay, all right.
to bring forth.
Okay, that's from PG&E. So that takes care of PG&E. And let's go to SCE.
Steve, this is Russell. I think that we're generally okay with the revised metric because, as you discussed at the beginning, you're no longer calling them a wires down. That was our primary concern because that we didn't think about these types of events as a traditional wire down. Not saying that that they don't pose safety implications. So to the extent that we have knowledge of these conditions and/or they're reported, I think that including them in the metric is doable from our perspective.
Okay. Let's see, Russell, you're from SE or Sempra?
I'm sorry, this is Russell Archer from Southern California Edison.
Okay, so okay, what about Sempra? Sempra, are you okay with the revised definition and not calling it a wire down and just calling it an EOCSI? Or do you want to go through those objections that you explained in the comments one by one?
Yes, Steve, this is Rick Haynes at SDG. If we could go through our comments, that'd be appreciated. Thanks.
Okay, let's go through them. Hey, Rick, could you please remind me, is this the only page where Sempra explained its objections?
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. Yeah, that does appear to be where we put our comments in, and it doesn't look like they necessarily address the 1 through 5 items.
Let's read the comments together. Okay, your comments on SPM 1, the originally expanded wired down definition. SDG&E opposes staff recommendations to the updated metric definition. SDG&E recommends modifying the metric definition to be consistent with the overhead wires down definition, which I have done, captured by the CPUC Wildfire Safety Division, now for the OEIS. Instances where the electric transmission or distribution conductor is broken and falls from so and so. So given that I have already reverted back to the originally adopted definition, does SDG&E still object to the SPM number 46, the electric overhead conductor safety index that I introduced?
Yeah, Steve, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to kind of defer an answer to that. I think we'd like our SMEs to give this maybe another closer look, since we didn't comment specifically on those 5 criteria and just kind of defaulted back to the original definition or the definition within the WSD, the wildfire safety.
Okay, I will send you the I'll send you the five points. I don't want to send you the whole thing yet because there are still certain metrics in here that I'm still sitting on based on our conversation today, and there are some changes that I want to deliberate on more before I make a final decision on how to change them. But I will give you the changes I made since last night on those 5 conditions in the electric overhead conductor safety index. That way you can have them to discuss with the SMEs. Okay, let's see. So with that takes care of our discussion. That's 2:34. Does anyone have any concluding remarks?
Steve, may I ask you a question about the last metric we were just talking about, 46?
Yeah, let me go back to that. Hold on a second. Yes. Okay.
So this will be a composite index, and there's no reason not to include each of these broken down components, correct? I mean, will those be included?
No, the intent is to combine them and not to break them into separate reporting pieces. But there will be different. There will be separate indexes for distribution, high voltage distribution, and transmission.
Okay.
So
if there is still yet a chance to, I mean, since I think the utilities will be gathering that information and then combining it for purposes of then using that information, if those components were included, I think that would be helpful, and then it would save interveners from having to DR it or something like that. So if that's still possible, I think that we would certainly support that. And one other quick question was the 45 degrees. I didn't know if the utilities, is that a common angle, or is there a more?
No, it's just a convenient number to refer to. It doesn't mean it's anymore. It doesn't mean 45 degree is some kind of magic number that defines the boundary of stability versus non-stability. It's just a convenient number.
I got it. I was just curious though, if the utilities on the meeting, if they typically use a specific angle for determining the failure of a pole, if any of them had any standard that they use. I was just curious.
I don't know. The utilities, please jump in to answer.
Yeah, this is Rick Haynes at SDG&E. I'm not aware of any, but our SMEs will look at this when we see those criteria again and take a look at that.
Yeah, PG&E currently does not.
Same for SCE. We don't have a standard as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. All right. So this wraps up our discussion today on these safety performance metrics that I will be finalizing in the next couple of days. And the discussion we've had today have been extremely valuable from my perspective, and I hope that you share my opinion on this. I will share with you after this meeting these conditions. Let's see. Maybe I can do it now. You can quickly get them. Oh, shoot. I'll share it in the chat box, and then you can save them onto your screen or your computer.
Steve, by any chance, did you plan to share this document and the changes we've made throughout the course of today, so we have kind of?
I will share with you that, but it won't be ready for a few days. That's why. But I do want to give you this definition, this revised definition of the quote unquote wires down. It's not real wires down now.
Great. Thank you very much.
So let me.
Hey Steve, I'm sorry, one other question. Would we anticipate any additional metrics being added, kind of like this overhead conductor index one was added just last night? Can we anticipate any other ones that would be coming out, or are we pretty much set with these?
Like I stated before, during our discussion earlier on one of them, it's 40. I think it was 42, right? 42. If I'm going to remove, is it 40? If I'm going to remove 20, is it 27? Yeah, if I'm going to remove this 27, no, the one the work order backlog. The sorry, not 27. Which one was it? Okay, if I'm going to remove 41, I'm going to have to add a parallel one to 42 that addresses gas safety in reference to GO 112F or 49 CFR non-compliance issues. So it will be parallel to this, except it will be for gas.
Okay. And then would we have the opportunity then to comment on that after you've made whatever additions or wording and so on?
No, because we're working towards a PD now. So
right.
Whatever changes, it's going to be, you'll see that in the PD.
Okay, so we'll have our opportunity to comment on it through the PD process.
Right. So I'm going to send to you right now. Let me stop sharing the screen. It's you know, my send button is hidden from the chat box. I don't know why. I can't send without seeing it, without accessing the send button. Well, I'm going to email it to you then. I just can't send it through the chat box. I'm going to email those 5 conditions to you so you can discuss with your SMEs. I'll do it after this meeting.
Great.
Right after this meeting.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your participation. This concludes this TWG meeting. Thank you.
Steve, we appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you.